Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. It's going to be another coding stream today, but before we get into that, let's check in with the kitties. We do have, let's see, Molly up in the tree, Sammy and Mason on the bed, Ember is in her spot, and then immediately leaving her spot. Wants to toast in a different location. Sure, all the dials are turned properly. But yeah, coding stream today. Been a delay in getting that going because I've been trying to puzzle out how I want to do walls. I think I've got a pattern for rendering the floor and then setting up how the walls will look. There is still some additional that has to be plotted out. Because I want to be able to separate background in this regard, but it might be... We may still be able to accommodate this without too much difficulty. Look at that. Look at that big stretch from her. Look at that. You're cozy, huh? Yeah. But we'll have to see. We're going to have to see. So part of... Let's wade in here. Okay, so last time, we made the decision that map space was just going to be a thing that we defined out in the world. And initially I thought we would define like subregions in it to say, this is dead space, you know? Like there's nothing there. This is a hole in the ground. But that would necessitate that we create that we would create box regions around this and position them properly. So we're still calculating how big this region is, how big this region is, and we're setting up these collision boxes around. We can still do this. Let's keep in mind, this is still an option. But there's a lot of moving parts here as far as how things will function. The movable space isn't an issue. This is essentially stuff that does nothing. But we need to be able to determine how to work with this space, how to move along it, how to properly collide with it. If these are areas set up to interact with the areas that are the collision spaces of enemies, of the existing entity objects, then these are permeable. When two areas collide with each other in Godot, there's nothing that actually happens by default. Instead, what you get is you get messages, you get events that happen that say this area bumped into this area. So if one circle is seeking another one, so like a bullet hits an enemy, the bullet is looking for enemy objects to run into. That causes an event that says this source entity, the bullet, ran into this target entity, the enemy in that case. Which is great, but that doesn't actually do anything in world space by default. And the action that we're setting out to do is not complicated. The action that we're setting out to do is to say, if something runs into this, stop. Or, bounce off, depending on the type of object. But I don't want to have to reinvent the wheel here. I don't want to have, well, this collision is with a wall type object, and because it's a wall type object, I need to calculate where to move the collision space over so that it is no longer in the wall, no matter how far into the wall it got in the last physics tick. That's not great. So we have to figure out something else. There are other nuances to the solution that I'm thinking of, so let's look into that. Like this, ultimately, I want to. Let's purge that, and we're going to put this back in this way. We create a box. We fill that box with green. We go in and we create another box and say that this is a collision zone. We say, nope. Before I do that, make the mistake again. We say this is a collision zone. We say this is a collision zone. This and this and this. Now, the floor is just a texture. It is just a thing that I rendered. So this is the, let's just create kind of bumpers around space. We know how big the space is so that we can create the ones around the edge automatically. I can just look at this texture and say it's this big. Okay, the collision spaces will be this big, and thus they go here. And the weakness of this pattern is I have to do the collision logic myself. So if a object of any kind, if an enemy, a player, or something like that bumps into these walls, I have to do the calculation myself. This is not off the table. It allows flexibility, but I'm not currently looking at complex operations with a wall. And in fact, with some of them, I don't really want substantial operations here. Hey there, Dodds. Well, feel free to lurk, folks. If you want to just listen along, that's fine. I know some people are doing other things or just like to listen. And I know that's like a video thing, is people just listen to videos while they're doing other stuff. That is common and acceptable. Okay, model 2 is that we are looking at creating a region around the box. We're just gonna simplify this a little bit. So I'm going to create a region around the box, just so. And this is a grid region. So we're just gonna crudely indicate that this is grid space. Okay, so this grid is absolute. I know how big the texture is. I can calculate where to put this texture and then decide on the grid. When I'm creating the texture, it does need to be grid sized so that there isn't a weird gap at the bottom to deal with. But first we do that. Then we have a secondary file hovering out here that says, okay, within this grid, within this thing, there is also this space here. And that tells us that we also fill the grid in this space. And this space has the same thing going for it. It is grid 2. And the whole purpose of this grid is to, let's do some little marker lines here. This grid has no visual element to it. All it is a tile map layer that has collision built into it and will be baked into the level once it is created. Or once the level is loaded, we generate this tile map and say, this is all that it works like. Hey, Deku. Welcome. We're plotting out what we'll be doing today. So, nuance to this, though, is an area can collide with this, but that creates the same situation. Is the circle impacts it and nothing happens by default. And this is still a problem for us. And I'd like to work through it. So right now, what we've got is the issue remains, and that's that I don't want to remake the wheel here. We are indeed engaging our brain here, Tess. Again, we can recreate the wheel if we have to. But I don't want to, so we're potentially making things a little more complicated instead of simplifying them. Brain is braining. So one of the elements is that area 2Ds have that soft collision detection. Think of an area as just you tape out a shape on the floor, and the area just tells you, did something enter or leave it? That's it. That's all that it cares about. But there is a type called a physics body. And a physics body, I think an area is technically a physics body, but we're going with the ones that stay being considered bodies. The default one would be like a character body. So the classic player character in a platformer is a character body. It is meant to receive operations that say it's going to get moved around by code. Tile maps are bodies. If we were to attach a body to all of our entities, then we get access to two different types of movement operation. Move and collide and move and slide. Move and collide says, give me a velocity and I will move along this line until I strike something, and then I will report a collision. I believe it's a kinematic collision. If it's move and slide, all of those collisions are still tracked, but instead of stopping, it kind of glides along it based on the surface and the angle of incidence there. For the most part, most things won't actually care about what they're moving through. For most bullets, I'm not as concerned about getting a hard collision and keeping that. I'm concerned about there being a collision and then performing an operation accordingly. So, for example, a bullet is very likely to not use a body in the same fashion. Its body would only be looking for a wall and saying, okay, I struck a wall. I'm going to tell the entity that I struck a wall, and then it can do what it wants to do, kind of thing. But a player is probably going to move and slide, such that if you push against the wall, if you're moving at an angle, you'll kind of grind along that surface. So you'll lose speed, but you'll keep moving, kind of thing. No actual friction, it's just that your vector is thrown off. Enemies will move and slide along walls, but, and I've tested that this actually functions the way I want it to, with a big ol' asterisk at the end of that we'll get into in a moment. But if you tell enemies to move and slide against each other, so an enemy's move and slide includes enemies and walls, then as they're moving about, they will bump into each other. And that creates the sort of vampire survivors. Nothing, all the enemies are not overlapped. I'm sure there's a way to make it so that there is like move and slide priority, so things will shove other things out of the way as they move, cause those to slide in their path. But for the time being, we just want that sort of like altered movement. There is likely to be some wiggle to that, but yeah, we'll get there. So this is what I'd like to do, is this kind of pattern. This necessitates something else, though. And so what we've got for, say, like an enemy, let's just use the little blob dudes. They have a space around them that is, do we have an oblong? So I've created a space around them. It's technically a kind of a pill shape is how it actually is set up, but you can look at it as like a squished circle that is creating like pseudo 3D, kind of a 2.5D vibe, is that you only actually run into them if the 2D shape runs into their feet or equivalent thereof. The yarn ball bullet is an exception to that in that it is, its collision space is effectively on top of it. We'll expand it out so you can see it. Because it's, even though the yarn ball is, and it's not colliding while it's bouncing, but even though the yarn ball technically has that same like 2.5D kind of vibe to it, from a player perspective, from what you can see, it's easier to conceptualize that the whole bullet is there. It will be tricky with big targets if I incorporate them, but I can solve that by making the pill taller and having a different like sprite offset to that. You know, if I have like a big enemy like that, there's nothing stopping me from using a big rectangle under it, even though, you know, the feet of the thing are down here like this, you know. So even though the perceived collision area of it might be like this, for playability and ease of reading the screen, it'd be more advantageous to make it a bigger target. It's also just easier to set them up that way. But anyway, let's grab you, delete that. Anyway, so this is an area 2D. So it's just, if this circle touches another circle of the right type, so an enemy circle touches the player, the enemy is informed you ran into something, and then its behaviors kick in. It starts doing things like, hey, I will send damage at this target kind of thing. We may end up having to add some nuance to that because of some of the behaviors, but for the time being, it's just if you run into something, a you collided with a thing message happens, and if that entity cares about how that operates based on its behaviors, it will react accordingly. So if the blob touches the player, and I have that actually turned on, you know, the player, the blobs need to actually inflict damage. They currently don't. But if the blob touches the player, by default, it would have a behavior built in that says inflict damage on the target that you strike. Correspondingly, the recipient, the player in that case, has behaviors that say, if I get that strike message, this is how I handle it. Health is what handles damage messages. Whole other thing, but that's kind of the collision in a nutshell. What I'm proposing is adding another thingy in here. Let's see if I can render it properly. We're going to add another one in there, the yellow circle, probably a little smaller than the collision circle, maybe just by a pixel. But what its purpose is to hit, or is to run into other bodies. So, like, let's say with the player again, we're going to take, we have the player's circle here, and then the player has a body within that as well. And let's throw our walls out here. So, right. So I have a body collision surface here. The blob is looking at these two things and saying, I can bump into these. This is, again, why the body is a little smaller. Is the blob says, I can bump into the player, but I shouldn't overlap the player. This is going to help increase, like, screen readability. So it can still be as close to the player as it can get, because that collision space will be slightly bigger than the body. But it can't overlap it, and neither of them can move through this space. But then we take, like, a bullet here, and the bullet has its collision space, but it has a different type of body inside of it. And the green body follows the same rules. There wouldn't actually be two walls. But the green body doesn't care that that by default, it doesn't care that it runs into a yellow body. So it's going to pass right through the player until it reaches a wall. The area logic is still going to be kicking in. There should be 3 different colors instead of red there. But the red one doesn't care about hitting the player. It cares about hitting the ball. Or the blob. But if it hits a wall, the interior physics body, the green circle, cares about that and is going to cause an effect. So, in theory, that's what we'll be doing. But in practice, I've run into some errors trying to set this up. There's something about the way I was programmatically creating the bodies that didn't work. Well, I'm sorry. It worked, but it was super duper laggy. The second thing is the way that I am going about doing fixed length physics ticks is interfering. I don't have to do fixed length physics ticks. I can just constrain them to a particular number. But I kind of like the pattern that we had because it means that the engine isn't trying to scramble to make more physics ticks that have longer deltas than I want. I don't want the simulation to, like, get lurchy as the system slows down. That is a huge error surface if the world ticks expand. So, you know, let's say I'm operating at 60 frames a second, there's going to be a lot of nuance in how fast that circle moves, how little it moves per unit time. So those collisions are going to be very tight. There'll just be a tiny bit of overlap before we detect a collision. But if I'm moving very, very fast, then it's possible that these red circles could pass right through each other. And since they end in a point where they're not overlapping, that collision didn't happen. Similarly, a body collision can still run into problems with that because it stops short, or it sorry, it stops and subsequent movement is not properly accounted for. So if previously it would move and slide off of the target, it might slide way further instead of correcting its position. So the blob moves towards the player, and because the delta is very large, it blows right past the player. Its movement says go this way, and as a result, it's saying, okay, I'm going to go this way. I'm going to just fly forward, glance off, and keep going. And then it has to kind of U-turn back around. Whereas if the delta steps were small, it hits that collision and is now adjusting its movement very little, if not at all. There will be jitter because it will be constantly trying to put its center right on top of the player, but that's okay. We just don't want it to like speed through. Bullets are another thing, is we don't want it to leap through. Hey there, Sky Bro, welcome. I am crudely diagramming what we'll be working on shortly. So the problem that I'm looking at is not fully functional. Bullets are weird for it, but is not fully a functional problem so much as it is a code problem. So there's some sort of error that happens when I try to do this. I have reverted that code so that we can, start fresh after the but what if, and I just start throwing things together stage of the coding. But we'll be doing the same thing. We will be laying out a test version of it by just incorporating bodies sort of blindly into the pattern and trying to get it there. One part of the equation that we have to deal with is the variable delta. So when we're using character bodies, Godot handles delta itself. So move and slide and move and collide know what the last physics delta was for the step that it's in. I don't want that. I want to be able to assert what that delta is. Because then it becomes that the delta is never more than this, and it's never less than this. It is all the world ticks at a fixed rate, even if, because of the processing, the tick happens more or less frequently. We still get one tick every 60th of a second. The tick size is 1/60th of a second. Even if it happens 180 times a second or 2 times a second, the simulation only ticks at 60 times a second. I want that. Can we do that? We'll see. It is technically possible, but we would have to get the delta. Do I like the solution that would probably come of that? Also, no. Because that solution would result in just wiggliness, just very much wiggliness. Let's show the game simulation to talk through some of that. Should be in physics process. Okay, so we get a delta in. We let whatever the basic node does handle it. If the simulation is not paused, we are going to build up the delta. If we have achieved our fixed rates, currently we are okay with it being less than, and we're okay with catch up to it. So if there is a leftover to the tick rate, we will keep it as it moves along. So if the ticks are very long, then we're still going to have 1 tick per frame that is available. I ultimately want to change that because I don't want to have an unbounded float sitting around. Constantly accumulating. Quit touching the microphone, baby. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. Yeah. Ember was sitting on my shoulder, pawing at the mic. Ultimately, all of these need to get a time passed message. I do want to get that. And I also want time passed to have what the actual time passed was and what we're operating at. I could hard code that in, and instead of fixed tick rate, I pass delta in. But I don't know if I want to change so much of the code to say that this is the delta. So what I'll probably do is say this is the delta to use, and then the second one property will be this is the actual delta that is happening. We are doing that for a very particular purpose. And that's because move and slide and move and collide do the delta for us. I hate that it does. Everywhere else, every other place, you constantly get told, and it is a habit that you do, that you account for the delta. You account for how much time has passed since the last tick. Except in that case. And in that case, it assumes that you want to use that for that operation. That prevents me from controlling this. And saying, I know that it's ticking faster. I want it to tick slower. So I'm going to give you half delta. I'm going to give you twice delta or something like that. It's not really how I'd want to do it, but, you know, that would give me granular control, which I won't have as a result of this pattern. But so what we're going to do is we're going to edit a time passed message to have a second property that is, well, a separate constructor, let's say. It is a message, so we're just going to call base. And both of these will have a protected which has that. I may yet change this to be a float internally, but come on now. Stop being helpful. Okay, so what we're setting up is that one, we are creating a translation so that delta to use is actually the delta that you're dealing with. You can access it directly. This is just a proxy for it as far as the rest of code is concerned. This is the delta that you are actually using. This is for code clarity. Actual delta is the delta that happened in the last step. This is very different. And based on the way that we're using fixed delta ticks, fixed size physics ticks, this is actually going to functionally be way less than the delta that we're using. Okay, technically it can be more, but no matter how many ticks have passed, so say I'm getting lots and lots of frames per second, this is actually going to be lower. If, say, I have fixed tick to 60 times a second, so 1/60th is what delta to use will always be. But if I'm getting 120 frames a second, then actual delta will be half that. We are only going to need that later when we are dealing with making the bodies move around. And it's going to be kind of wonky. But we'll get there. Actually, we're going to do this. No. What? Set deltas. Fail-safe logic here for now. Then there we go. Base entity. Okay, this is another spot that we want to deal with. This is a pattern that we don't actually want to use. I don't want to call update. I want to give it a time passed message. And then we can just relay that time passed message down through anything that we want to give time passed to. Okie dokie. Let's commit that off here. Just get that out of the way real quick. So what we're moving towards is that we need to translate the movement over the actual simulation delta that we're using into movement over the course of the physics tick delta. So in our example, it's I need to translate one tile over the course of a sixth of a tile over the course of a sixth of a second into half a tile over. I need to convert half of a tile over the course of a minute into a full tile over that, or over the course of. I need to double the amount of movement that is happening, because if I let the physics body movement have its way, it will use the real delta that was passed in to the physics process. And that real delta is noticeably smaller, is very likely to be smaller or bigger. So I need to create the vector I want it to use. So if the number is the velocity that I'm going to pass in is adjusted for the fixed tick delta. So I am going to undo that. I'm going to divide by that fixed tick. Then I am going to multiply it by the actual delta. And that, I'm going to divide it out. And that is going to get me the full velocity over that period of time that I would have to say, over the course of a full second, this is how far I would move. But we're not moving at a full second. I then need to translate that into whatever the tick rate of the other is in order to cover the same amount of distance in that. So there will be math involved, and I'll have to stop and think about that math because I'm kind of stumbling trying to articulate it outright here. Let's get our entity manager, and we have update. We are going to add a handle message, which should have the same formatting as the others. We have started that transition with a couple of these things, but entity manager, player state, inventory, and camera still use the old pattern of I relay the delta to them and they do what they want with it. Setting up time passed, this is making it consistent across all of them that you are getting a delta and you are processing it knowing that time has passed. But it also gives us an opportunity to pass more messages in and control more of the flow from a game state perspective instead of each one doing their own thing with it. Derailing somewhat, but when we do a whole sequence here, we are cleaning up our entities, we're doing our time passed, but we have also things like end step that happen in here. So we have the game calling end step. So we call update, we call end step. Having each one of these have that same sort of pattern of you just got an end step message. I think Entity Manager actually has a good example of what I'm talking about here. So I call end step, I'm passing an end step message in. That's what end step does. I could just have the game have a pattern of, for each of these services, here is time passed. Okay, we're done with time passed. Here is end step. Wrap up what you're doing. A nice, consistent pattern. Can they do whatever they want with that and within themselves potentially propagate more messages? Yes, but consistency. We'll get there. We'll get there. So in game state, I have world state has a handle message. Let's go there and just nab that. And we go into our entity manager. Fucking autocomplete sometimes just infuriates me. Okay, so what the entity manager actually does with this then is up to the base entity manager. Here. Override. If message is time past message, we are going to do all of this. It exists in Entity Manager and is called. So there is one place this gets called. We can just pass all of this along here. Get rid of you, and we're going to say time past message. Time past message. Okay. Yes. Saves us this step. So now the game is the one that controls that in a single spot. I will need to update this. Message reply is equal to this. Okay, what the reply thing is technically true stuff. So a game message reply is a mechanism for saying I did something with this message, or I have caused this message to go away. Time past will almost never be consumed. I can't think of a circumstance currently where you would eat time past. Can you? Yes. Should you? No. But let's say a damage message. If a damage message gets to strikes an entity, and that entity tanked the hit, so it had 10 hearts, it only took 1 heart of damage, that damage isn't going any further. We tell it was acted upon, so damage was taken, and that entity says, and I ate the message. Nothing else in my behavior chain gets to see the message. Could it? Yes. But that's an example of that kind of thing, is this message stops here, is consumed, and this message was acted upon, tells the entity that sent the message whether anything happened as a result. That is for things like a bullet hits a target and that target is invulnerable, like an iframe is happening, that damage is not acted upon. That can result in different behaviors. We could have the bullet damages itself anyway, because it says, but it was still a hit, and so I get absorbed. But additionally, you could have the bullet keep going because the thing was invulnerable. It was not acted upon because it never went to the health. We just skipped it. So the bullet doesn't damage itself, it keeps going. Could it happen other ways? Yes, but that's what that is for. And that's why I've set it up, because throughout this, if I have another place that I send the message, I can take each of those and merge them in if I wanted to. For now, we're not. But I could have reply.merge this call every time. If any of the entities say they consumed it, it gets consumed. In fact, I should. What I should do is this. So anytime this message gets passed somewhere, I should say this. What merge will do is it will say, take the thing that you gave it and kind of or in the results. If any of these have was acted on, this message now does. If any of these say it was consumed, this message now says it was consumed. This can vary. Again, time passed, like this particular example, we're not going to stop passing it to each entity because it was consumed. Consumed matters more inside the entity. But the entity manager is not going to suddenly stop telling all of the entities that, hey, time passed. In the middle of telling them that time passed. Anywho, we can now take update here and we can just purge you. And then we go over to game. We need to go into entity manager and purge update as well. And we go over into game, and update should not be happy. And we are going to make a new one that has delta on it. So the one that you act on is always the fixed tick rate. This is the one that Godot might force us to use. But now we have this. Hooray. We'll keep that for now. I do need to revisit. Screen size should not be in entity manager. It should be in like the fixed resource or something like that. We should get that from somewhere else. Off you go. You can see one of my test steps here. I was stress testing it, so I said exactly once spawn 1,600 things at once. Both for enjoyment and for research. I was playing Vampire Survivors recently, and I wanted to see, hey, how many small enemies can fit on the screen at once in this game? Because a full screen, barring particular edge cases, in Vampire Survivors doesn't cause any noticeable lag. A full screen in Vampire Survivors of small entities is about 800 enemies. Ish. If then we say one bullet is going after every one of those at a given time, that's 1,600 things. So bare minimum, we want 1,600 things to be operating at 30 to 60 frames a second, ideally 60. And I was getting that even with the bodies incorporated. But there's more testing that needs to happen there. Okie doke. So we have that. Let's make sure. Okay, good. We have that fully committed. Hey, Lavinia. New to the streams. Are we making Vampire Survivors type game? Yes, we are. As is tradition, one of these days I will get a better demo reel put on my channel so I can point to this, but you can see that we have some issues going on right now. I broke something. The tick rate is going wrong. I'm actually pretty sure. Fix tick rate delta. Let me just... It's returning delta to use. Creating it with a single one. Why that happened? Anyway, we're using Godot. We're doing most of the work in C#. We only interact with Godot for the purposes of the scene tree wherever possible, because we're doing a lot of little micro optimization here. Should you sub? If you like the kind of content that you are seeing, Tiffany, then feel free to sub. But the core gimmick of this is, instead of there being piles of individual weapons that have a whole lot of like special behaviors, weapons will start with simple behaviors, but you can add more behaviors to them. So in this case, instead of once per second, we're doing a 3 times per second burst, and then each of those will split into 3, and each will split into 3, and then it will move in a spiral pattern. So instead of moving in a straight line when they bounce, the yarn balls are whirling around me in a circle now. And I can just turn that off, and suddenly they're moving in straight lines again. Yes, exactly, Lavinia. Noida. Or Magicraft or Bioprototype or a bunch of other ones, but Noida is definitely where we're coming from on this. It's not trigger message. No, that is trigger message. What did I break? What did I break? We get a time passed message and we pass it along to each entity. Is going on there? It gets like that, Lavinia. It gets like that. That is a big problem for me, is if I lose momentum, if I no longer have a very clear goal, it's hard for me to do anything with the project. To some extent, that's why I've really tried to keep the mental energy enough to actually schedule a coding stream, because it creates a forcing function for me. Like, but I have to. Why is it ticking like that, though? Not what I meant to press. So we put fixed tick rate and then delta into it, but nothing is touching delta. Nothing is touching, quote, actual delta. We were calling update. Did I break something when I switched over to calling this? Shouldn't be. Because this is where we're calling into time passing. Just for testing purposes, time passed message. Past message. Come on, time passed message. We're going to do a quick check here and see if I've broken something about the message creation pattern here. Why? Why? Oh, no. What did I miss? What did I miss? That. Make sure to use the exact same pattern. Okay. 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 No. No. Let's verify that again, actually. Because the blobs were moving smoothly. But why? Is it just something about the player? Definitely lurchy motion from the player. But this doesn't actually change it, which is good. Which is good. But that it is causing it to behave differently is bad. All right, quick break. I will be right back. Wrong button. That button. Okay, we're back. Let's check in on the kitties, though. We have Sherbet and Sammy on the bed still. Mason has moved over to his intercept location. Let's use the tree. So we have Sky and Molly up there. This implies to me that it is the player's movement logic that is actually going wrong. Lavinia, I have 6 cats. Shown are my oldest cat and my youngest cat at the moment. The big fluffy one in the back is Sky, and then the little kind of mottled one in the front is Molly. Movement. Behaviors. I'm sorry. Movement. Player. Why is the player moving stuttery now? Okay, it's right when other things start to get created. Find this real quick here. Disable the blobs here. We are going to... Apparently 440 followers was a goal. This was the napkin math for amount of stuff in the Vampire Survivors screen. Level test. We should have our folder open. We should be able to find our player data. Arts. We are going to remove the explosion. Okay. We are doing that so that we minimize the number of variables that are in play here. Why would the explosion do that? Explosions don't hit the player. Leave something in? No. Okay, let's add another variable in. Oh, wow. Nope. Nope. What is going on? So the more... Why would it do that? So our goal today was working on walls, but as might be apparent, we are debugging something that shouldn't have changed at all. I know a couple of folks that have been on the stream, Lavinia, that have, finally taken the dive or decided that they want to try to do game dev as well. And ultimately, if you've ever thought of making a game, that's how you do it. Just do it. There are a lot of different things that you have to do and make, but, there you go. Okay, when an entity gets a time passed message, they receive that, and we mark that the message was acted on. Message was acted on. We merge it. Just want to make sure. That's not right. We're messing it up that way. Hey, Drew. Equal to was consumed. Or that's what it's supposed to do. If I set it to true, it stays true. But if at any point one of the other things that said it says it was consumed, then it should ripple up. If you want to change that behavior, you hard override it afterwards. Oh, well, thank you, Drew. Thank you. Welcome to channel membership. Or back to, as it were, but I think. Yeah. There we go. The alerts are still working. Okay, did I botch that? Is that what's going wrong? Nope. Why would this change? Why would this change? We had been passing fixed tick rate in, so it was getting that. So before we got a delta in. And we would create a time passed message using that. So let's do this again. And we are going to say time passed message dot delta. And we're going to pass in test. Okay. There is a deeper issue. It's both good and bad. How is the fixed tick rate? Is that ever changing? So there's also the implication. This is where we're actually processing it. Again, though, it's only the player that seems to be exhibiting this behavior. And if I remove that, do we get the little micro twitches again? Nope, still the full big chunky ones. Okay, with the player moving, it's concealing the twitches. It's the game tick that does this. Okay, we're going to try to purge accumulated delta here. Anything that made it potentially worse? Why? Actual delta is coming in as the fixed rate. Why? Fixed tick rate should be static, though. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Delta to use is that 1 divided by 30. It's weird that it's all wonky rounded, though. Ultimately shouldn't matter, though. Nothing's changing the message. Second here. looking at the commit history here to spot where I might have broken something. Is that in? Previously, before I did that, it was what? No, 1 divided by 30. There. How odd. Back we go. Okay. It's not in the time passed message. It has to be somewhere else that this is happening. Previously, we were using 1 divided by 30. We're still using 1 divided by 30 in these messages. So what's going wrong? Why is it suddenly lurching? Because we're getting smooth flows here. Like, there are periods where they're moving as expected, and then periods where it's lurching. We'll eyeball it for a moment. Let it run for a moment here. So there's a lurch happening, and it's confusing what it could be. All right, let's cut the entities down again so that we only have a few things active. Every second, do nothing. That shouldn't be happening. I think I've got a default in there. Okay, everything is moving correctly. Then if we hey, the minute the blobs are in play, things are getting skewed. What is unique to blobs? They have target player. A movement behavior. What's going on? I can always fall back in code, but I don't know exactly when this happened. I don't think it was happening last night. Beverage. Okay, we're just going to negate updating targets here. Okay, it's not the targeter. Is it that we're merging the reply? Like at all that we're merging the reply? Let's make sure we reset everything that I'm tampering with. That we should keep. That we should keep. Okay, let's look at the base entity manager, and we're going to remove the merge call here. Piece by piece. Nope. Let this run for a bit. Pause. fixed amount of time is still passing. Let's look at it on the Godot side and see if we're generating errors or something. Same thing happens on the Godot side. Not seeing any... We have the startup. Right here, you can see what I was talking about as far as I don't want the delta to suddenly get very big. You can see that happening here. Every time it twitches, the slimes fly straight through the player and have to reconverge. No substantial change in like tick rate or anything like that, and the actual frames being recorded seem fine. It is every second. Every time the entity spawners would fire, like the world spawners would fire, we're getting a nasty lurch. Because if we remove this, so if I set it to, it ends at 1, but it takes 2 seconds to fire. It is every time the spawn ticked, we ran into a problem. Which would imply it's in the world state manager that the actual issue is happening. Okay. Okay. Why that's happening, I don't know. Let's try to find out. Which just relays it to level. Which just relays it along. Okay, we'll start it and let it... Oh, wait. Need to make sure that these events happen. And we can actually restore this. The explosion being there will help remove some entities over time, and you can see one of the anomalies is that part of the ball movement rate is that there is a period when it launches itself upward. And if the 1 second happens to fall on the ball going up, it gets a lot of hang time. Time past delta does still make sense. Nothing has changed with time past happening yet. There is a point at which each time the world event is ticking and causing a spawn to occur, we're getting a really long jolt state. What's going on here? Return reply. Even if the blobs can't spawn, we're still getting the lurch happening here. Okay. Okay, we will not relay the update to the level. We're narrowing it down. So if the level doesn't receive the message, then we don't have our problem. So this will happen, but let's just verify. World event list no longer being part of it. So for those that haven't coded before, systematic debugging here. We're trying to narrow down where the actual thing is happening. I'm being a bit overly granular here, but okay, we are never going to stop or end events. I have an idea of what's happening. No. Reply is still coming in and being handled itself. Okay, it's not that. So then we are never going to have any of the events do anything. Okay? This implies that it is any of these doing something that causes the problem. And we know that they are only entity spawner events here. Doesn't seem right, though. Okay, we'll leave the spawn point behavior in. Is the spawn points then? No. Just bail out of the method. Okay, just doing this, when we call into this, is the problem. But why and how? Right there. Why is it 2? How is it 2? It's already 2 by the time it gets in. It got changed. And that is because of the... But what? Why would I do? Why would I do that? This is altering the time passed. Every time the spawner fires, there is a point at which it changes the delta to 2 seconds, or however many seconds are set up in the frequency. In this case, 2 seconds. Why did I do this? Well, I know what's going wrong is we are co-opting the object at this point. Okay. 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 So what was happening there is that by moving the update for the base entity manager over to, yeah, I only stop breathing to cough when I laugh too much, which is fun. Oh, so I changed the base entity manager. Well, yes, I changed the base entity manager over to take the core time passed. This is relevant because, let's go into the game state here. Okay, this is world state. It gets the time passed event. Previously, map render wasn't doing anything with time passed that we would have noticed, but entity manager very much is working with time passed. World state was changing time passed that came in, but we're not actually using it for that. So if we go back into our world state, our base world state here, this ripples on down. It's not just the world state that does it. It is the world event, and in particular world event entity spawn, but, well, actually no, it is world event. Okay. So it would get it and say, is it a time passed message? And if it is, then we're going in and we're saying, like, has enough time passed for the frequency to trigger. What we're saying with this sequence is, if enough time has passed, we will tell the world state object, this is how much time has passed since you last triggered, which is, in this case, 2 seconds. But previously, we were changing the actual time passed object. We were manipulating that and then passing it in. That's very wrong. You should never touch a parameter object unless that is the intent of the method. Because that will ripple outward. You have messed with the actual object. You can dodge this by always passing in a copy, and that's why I created a copy constructor for it, where I can pass in the one that I want to duplicate. It's akin to what we do with the catalog. But this is what we actually mean is, here's a time passed message, and it is for the frequency, and you should consider it the frequency. We could also say time passed.actual delta here, but let's do that. Just in case. But that was the source of our problem. Every time this triggered, every time a blob was spawned, because the blobs are currently the thing that uses the world event, the frequency was changed such that 2 seconds passed in that single frame. As far as the world simulation was concerned, 2 seconds passed every second or something like that. Like, there is a moment on the 2 second mark that suddenly 2 seconds would pass in that single frame. So we got that giant lurch of movement. Neat. That, and then Okay. We accomplished what we set out to do with that particular portion, was make it so that we now have in a time past message the original delta for that frame. We will need that later. Okay, next one. Entity colliders. So this is on top of logic that I need to update. Logic for setting up what the collision of an entity looks like. So the little circle that says the blob ran into the player. Right now, that is set up to be just the area. We are going to add a character body to this. So we need to, one, take a look at our full flow here. So initialize collision is where we're going to put that. I'm going to put it in the area for now, but actually, because of the way that the space manager works, we are going to put it in the root collider and say every collider, when we're dealing with a node-based pattern, has a character body. Should it? Yes. Yes. At least I think so for now. Setting the entity, we set up that logic. We need an initialize collision is what we're going to do here. And this is again where we are. Right here is where we're creating an area 2D and putting it on there. In the individual instances, we get that area and we put a shape on it for collision purposes. We are still going to do the same thing, but we're going to go in and we're going to say add that same shape. We're going to duplicate that shape onto the body with like radius -1 or something like that. Yeah. This is also why I have cleared out our changelog here, because this is territory that we might need to fork or roll back frequently. Okay, it is catalogable, and we're going to go in and we have another D character body. And in our initialize collision, previously we did nothing. We're going to close everything else. And we're going to open this so that I have something to compare it to. Make the new area. We're going to have another wrapper for like a entity area, that kind of thing. We're going to have like an entity character body 2D thing, which is just in the case of the area 2D, it's an area 2D that has an entity field to say this area is this body correlates to this entity. For now, we aren't going to add any methods or anything to it. We are going to set our scale. We set our scale and we set we create the body, we set the scale for the body, we set its collision layer and mask, and I'll probably do some hard coding, song and dance there, and then we add it. And then on the... we won't touch that for now. Then in the remove collision, we have to go in there. This is another place that we need to... I'm going to loop back around and look at node caching. The way I'm doing it right now isn't actually how I want to do it longer term. These collider areas are going to be things that we cache. So this collider circle, which contains a body and all of that stuff, are going to be able to persist. We're just going to effectively turn them off when the entity that they're attached to is done, and report that back. And we'll keep it around because these are identifiable. They are catalogable objects, so they have a name, and we can identify, oh, it's this type of collider. If I need another one, I have a used one on the rack here. Okay, but we have the body. So now we go in here, and during our initialize collision, say our character body, work with me, keyboard. Scale is to vector 2. Collision scale. No dot add child. That is the last part. And our category and our collision mask is equal to the mask. We're just doing it this way for now. And then when we are removing the collision, we say body dot queue_free. Since we're not doing anything else with this, this should be sufficient. And we're going to run it over on the Godot side in particular, because there's some... that's not working. Hey, sharpshooter. Interesting. Update position. No, we have sky in the background, and we have Molly in the foreground. Gray and white and fluffy, and then kind of brindled white and less fluffy. Molly's back hair is kind of coarse. It's still operating. So why aren't they... Oh, it has no shape. That's why. So we create the body, then in capsule, we are going to do the same thing here. We are going to say character body, add child collision shape. And then we do this. Slightly smaller. I generally don't yell at the cats. Especially when it's nap time. Okay, let's change that so that it's visible to us. We'll say +10. It will be like -1. Engine. If I run it in Godot, it has the debugging on for... Okay, yeah, there we go. So that is the physics body of the object. It is not... Interestingly, oh, that's right, because the bodies don't move and slide. So let's put that in there. This should also cause it to have problems. Velocity is equal to character body position, entity position minus character body position. That is how far we now need to move. And we need the actual delta here, though. And this is our problem, is we need to know how much time has passed here. So we're going to show this. Move and slide. This is Godot 4.5, and I'm doing coding in C# using Visual Studio. Okay, let's look at it in Godot side. Okay, so you see how the bodies are not moving around. They're like, it's like a snowman there. That is part of our problem. The other part of our problem is this message, which I don't know what it is. Internet search has not been helpful. The general idea seems to be that when we are moving it around, that it is not in kind of world space. Gameplay loop-wise, this is a game like Vampire Survivors. So, Player appears, monsters converge on player. Player uses weaponry provided to keep them off of them for either the duration of a level or, until they're all gone or something like that. Player is given power-ups to improve their weaponry. The core, the gimmick of the weaponry is that we're using a Noida-like spell modification system. So the player will get little upgrade modules more frequently than they will get a new weapon. And they use those modules to change how the weapon behaves. So it'll be roguelite. That's part of the goal as well. We spend a lot of time on optimization. This territory is what I generally call a calamity case. It's, for the most part, the player wins if you have this kind of thing going. We are currently sitting at 2,400 entities on the screen. Like, most of them are this column of yarn balls. And we're at about 6 to 8 frames a second. Correct. Way too many things. And that is, we are coding to allow that. Our goal is to allow as many as possible so that if over the course of development that random possibility comes into existence, then the game does not crash or become completely unplayable during that. You'll see we don't 100% recover. There's a lot of caching and whatnot that has to bleed off beforehand. But when I say not fully recovered, I mean we're back up to 600 frames a second instead of over 1,000. But yeah, you're never intended, as far as what I will be trying to build, it's never supposed to be possible that the player is emitting that many bullets. But I will tell you, even in Vampire Survivors, you can get there. Make a portion of them invisible. I can. That is a possibility. I want to be careful of that. Is if I rely too much on that, there is the possibility that things happen that you can't see. So once the bullets spread out far enough, if I can't see half of them, but those half are still functional, then we still have the visual clarity problem. How was that enemy hit? They wove between all of the bullets. But even if I do make them invisible, yes, the simulation will still catch them. There's nothing about their visibility that is core to the entity, in the same way that the way they collide is not tied to them being visible. Okay, but why you do? This 5,000 number is because I ramped up all of those things. So we need to figure out what it is about the character body 2D that I'm not doing correctly. I could make a testing character body and just have it slide around. So we're not going to have it move and slide. And Make sure it builds. I shouldn't have run it because I want to run it in the Godot side because I want the air list. Okay, we're making them, but we're never moving them. Let's make a whole pile of them. I will relay that along to you, Tass, after post-stream. I have tried looking it up, and there are, like, variant versions of it. The only place I have seen it appear, as far as Godot forums and the like, effectively amounted to, I had this problem once, and then, did you ever solve that problem? No, I did a completely different thing. Don't worry about it. Okay, so we're never doing move and slide. How long have I been working on this platform? This is our 155th stream, and that's how long we've been working on it. I've never made a game before, never made a game with Godot before. Like, never used Godot before. This is my first major application attempt with C#. Previously, I've worked with, like, Java and the like. In, like, development sense. Academically, I liked C# a lot more than Java. Okay, it is the calls to move and slide that reposition the character body. So what do we do? Yeah. Just a bachelor's, but, you know, formal education in computer science. There's got to be... My expectation is that the initial set of the position is wrong. That's kind of my hypothesis here, because the error that we're seeing, from what I can determine, is that the body doesn't properly exist in the physics world. So trying to move it around is like, when we're initially trying to move it around, it's complaining about that. So the thought would be, when we are initially doing that, we are initially setting the body's position. It should be in here. We are never... But with area. Okay, we are waiting until... How do I feel about AI? I feel like people could be building tools for the use of for the use of generative AI tools. I don't like to call it AI because it was used in kind of common parlance for a particular thing, and it's currently being used in the tech bro hype circles to imply something that it isn't, to create excess hype. The problem is that right now the people pushing these programs are pushing it for purposes that that application of it is bad at. Like, on the surface, the outer layer of very glossy paint seems like it's good, but the results that are being reported of it are consistently bad. We're going to use it for customer service. We're going to use it to replace our artists. We're going to use it to replace programmers. The results from companies doing that are showing that it's terrible. It gets bad results. Oh yeah, they only care about the profit. I just get irritated when I see professional programmers as well as professional programmers touting it as this is the way of the future, as well as the way people are treating the art community, um, and the excuses that people are using surrounding just the creative community in general, with how it's being used. We're not only getting essentially garbage results that are flooding the area, and people are ignoring the ramifications of those garbage results. We're also getting really disgusting excuses being created for people. Things like comparing people that haven't taken the time to learn to do like digital art to having a physical handicap. And it's like there's a gross mindset that is being created. I feel like I feel like there are two things that are potentially going to happen. One and or both, you know. One or both, and that is the investment bubble will burst on this, and it will cause great big economic damage, and the people that have got their little sacks of cartoon cash are going to scurry off and hope everybody forgets. See the Hyperloop and every other Hyperloop, blockchain, NFTs, all of those, they still like linger. But they aren't in the like super hyped form. They are like for NFTs, they are purely existing in their in the public mind, in their predatory pyramid scheme form. Blockchain is both persisting because of people that refuse to acknowledge what's the actual viability of them and are treating them as a commodity, like a trading commodity, because they're bad at money. They have tried numerous times. They're bad as money. Tech ventures, again, things like Hyperloop, solar roadways, all of these things that were the way of the future, and they were getting big investment bucks, and then they vanish into the ether. Or somebody kind of hand waves it. A lot of times these algorithms and whatnot have a really good use case. Researchers are coming up with proteins and whatnot using the sort of algorithms that people are using to generate really bad novels. Like really, really bad novels. Blockchain, the thing that lives behind cryptocurrency, has a use case in secure, monitored transactions. Their use as a like stock commodity, that's sure whatever, but it's not a great use case for it. The idea of cryptocurrency as a replacement for quote unquote fiat currency is straight up goofy. The big problem being that it doesn't have a accepted defined value. If you want to have some fun, look up things like cryptocurrency festivals where they try to use it for moment-to-moment purchases, like to buy a sandwich. To see things like hour-long lines to use a beer tap with crypto as the currency, because it has to ping the server, determine the value at that moment, wait for the trade to occur, convert that value into usable monies, dollars, or the currency of the local area, make the transaction, and then move along. So you have made it so that the thing that you have that is supposed to be tradable for goods and services has a value that is uncertain at any time. And that is very different than value that fluctuates with the action of a government. Like, I get the spirit of what people are going for, but the space has rapidly turned into like tech bro hype. And just as often, if not more often, predatory hype. I'm going to convince you to buy into this for my profit and potentially to your great detriment. Yeah, yeah. ZJ, if there is a big, like, tech CEO saying that something is the greatest thing ever and you should totally invest and use it for everything, they are lying to you, and it's likely a bad idea for you to do it. Kids buying snacks from a vending machine with Robux, I can absolutely see that. Robux have all of the same problems that cryptocurrency have, paired with the problem that people say that cryptocurrency will remove, the idea of a governing body controlling value. Because the company controls what Robux gets you, and at moment to moment and by the decision of individuals, they can control both what that value is and when you can convert that value. It's the worst of everything. Okay, so how do we get the physics body to exist in the world at the right position? There's got to be a method that I need to call to properly put it in the world where it is supposed to be. There is supposed to be a way to essentially teleport it to a spot. So we'll see about that in just a moment. I missed my last break, so I'm taking it now. Be back in a moment. And I'm back. Okay. What do we need to do during the update position? What am I playing music on? I use VLC Player for the music. As for where the music is from, I use music from Epidemic Sound. Catbot Factory Builder minigame yet? I mean, that's a very plausible one, Lunar, as far as if you remember it, Rogue Legacy, how you would build the castle. Having the like meta progression presented in the fashion of like the factory is different looking as you add upgrades would be a way to do it. Front. I thought there was a way to force it to a position. Because at the physics server level, there's a call for an object to say teleport them to this spot. Body. What am I making? Elman, I am making a Vampire Survivors style game with Noida-like weaponry. Shape. Noida is a platforming game with two claims to fame. One is that every pixel in the world represents a material and has physics simulation to it. And the other is that the wands, the weaponry that you have, are entirely modular. And the stats of the wand paired with which kind of weaponry and which side effects that you put in which order control what it does. Is there a body? So there's get space. Okay, so we have added the child. So let's go here. Yeah, on the channel, Ilman, we played that to death. A lot of the visuals and the story, both behind this game concept and my character, come from the mod that I made for Noida. When the orbital strike gets added to the game, the sound effect associated with it, like I'm going to put a sound effect visually on the screen. What that is an inside joke. Window physics server 2D dot body get should be space this character body dot get RID. Okay. At that moment, it has space to it. Okay. Then when we update position, I frequently repeat that, Ullman, as well as I frequently stop and show people what the game looks like and talk about the gimmick of it. It is both something that I like to show off, but it's also a stalling tactic. Run to here. It has space to it. So now we're going to call that. Do it again. Okay, it has a space attribute. It means I'm not doing any coding while I'm talking about that. It's part of what I like about doing this online is it is a forcing function. It means that I have to be making progress if I am streaming it. That same thing is frequently why there will be gaps between coding streams sometimes. But the fact that if I'm showing people how it works or where our progress is, I'm not changing the code is kind of getting a breather, you know? I wish I could get a composite and get both systems visible at once. As in, I would love to have C# going at the same time that I'm debugging in the Godot engine. Okay, so these are not moving, and we can see that we are accumulating this error. And right now, we're accumulating it about 3 at a time. Okay, let's limit the number of things. This will cause the world event never to fire because it will end before it can have fired. Then we are going to go into our level test here. No, it's in our player spreadsheet. Why can I not find this? There's player visuals. Not player visuals. Arts, groups. What? There's supposed to be one that is players. Well, there it is. Hey, sure, whatever. Yeah, we'll put a second spiral out here instead of explosion for now. Okay, so it's only the player and the yarn ball being created now. So each yarn ball is creating a new physics body. Every time a body is created once, we get the issue. And that is the first time we call move and slide on it, we get the issue. There is something about the initialization process when we are creating it that we are doing wrong. What are we doing wrong? I mean, there's several things that we're definitely doing wrong here, but... Okay, we are going to force its position here. We only got the one error. It is still on the move and slide. So now we can see that the yarn ball's initial position is correct. But the body is never moving. Oh, well, here, let's... It should start moving now. When we run it in the one where you can see it, it should start moving now. So you can see that it's not as fast as the player here. It is able to catch up to a certain extent just because of the fact that it's using that distance. To make it so that it catches up properly, we are going to need to get that delta to it, to get the actual delta to reach it. But every time we create something, the physics body isn't correct. Just once. And I'm wondering if it's because it happens within the same tick. that we're making the physics body and then immediately proceeding into this logic. Let's make a testing bool here. So when the entity is created, so here, let's go through that life cycle. I feel like that might be a contributing factor. Where is it? Base entity manager. And we are going to go and find handle message. Okay, time has passed. We remove entities that aren't supposed to be around anymore. Then, so we cycle through and say like, okay, for each of these that is supposed to go away, well, these are entities that are too far away. We are going to put them in the list. Okay. Remove the entities. That one is, her name is Molly. Let's bring them all up here. See how many we can spot. Okay. So the one that's, let's see, where are you looking from? Okay. So for you, the one that is top left is Molly. The one that is right below her is Sky. Then directly below Sky, we have Ember getting a drink. I have 6 cats, ZJ. Then below that, pretty much the whole left side at the moment, we have Sherbet, Mason, and Sammy on the bed. So Sherbet's lower left, Mason is upper left, right beside a lump of blanket, and then Sammy's on the big squishmallow. So we remove them, then we add them. And this is where we should get the actual entity added event. So we're going to go to add entity internal. This is, we are putting them in the collections. But the entity will already exist before that. Quick break. I will be right back, and then we will continue with this thought. All right, we're back. Molly has come to sit with me. Well, Molly tried to take control of my desk chair, and now she is sitting with me. We add the entity. Raise entity added. Okay, this is the moment at which all of the stuff for the entity comes into existence. This is where we create the object body, and it can be immediately used after that. So let's put a little pause in there so that it needs one tick before it can be used again. Oof. Stomach is misbehaving. Actually, I'll be back again. Okay, hopefully we're actually back. Okay, I think that's the actual problem. So my hypothesis here is that within a given frame, within a given physics frame, we are creating the entity. So at the start of it, we create the entity and it is formally added to the world. But on the same frame that the entity enters the world, we are going to perform movement calculations on it, which cause that physics object to be activated at the same in the same physics tick that it was added. And this can create a problem. Because if it exists if it exists at that moment, then it hasn't had a full tick to essentially exist. So how do we do? We know that anything that is in the collection is going to get added in the next tick. But I still don't like that. I don't like that we would have to wait for move and slide until the next tick, because that can create oddities. As in, the entity could appear to move in the frame and like appear in something and then jitter back, but we may have to deal with that. So what we might have to deal with is the idea that there is a step at the top of time passed for each entity after we add and remove them, where we're going to go through and say, if you have unresolved physics movement to do, you do it now and you adjust the position. Which is actually potentially really useful to us. Because now we can have the entity receive a specific kind of message that includes the actual delta. But that's not the original delta. But we don't care if it's the original delta. We only need the current delta. So that is before the physics step. We call that one. So right here, we have a handle time passed message. We don't even need a second message for that. There is going to be a sequence of things that happen when an entity gets a time passed message. So let's take a look at that. So if it's time passed, at the start of time passed, we purge proposed movement. And then we get rid, and we say it was acted on. That's all we do during a time passed. Like at the entity level. So we update the animation, we clear the proposed movement. It's acted upon during the end step. Adding movement, we clear the movement. Hey there, Schmuggums. Welcome. When do we actually... We haven't yet really used this, and it might not be terribly relevant, but we'll get there. Hey, Gnomable, good to see you again. Hello, Gnomables Raiders. Welcome, everyone. We are puzzling out how to get a physics body attached to our entities without having it get used immediately. Because we can't use the hypothetically, we can't use the physics body at the same time. So we're going to do a test first. We're going to do a test first. We're going to go in to our entity and update position. Yes, immediate add. That on the hour ad. Twitch creates such a catch-22 with that. If you don't have the ad on the hour, then people that join are going to get an ad right away anyhow. But if you have an ad on the hour, then everybody watching gets hit every hour. It is just lovely. All right, where was I? It's in the update position of the collider is where we're looking here. So when we call update position, this is where we're currently calling move and slide. We are going to add an extra little bit of behavior here just to show that it what's going on. So we're going to have a protected Boolean hey there, Yuki. Come on, Molly. There you go. Oof. Molly is so staticky. She is my statickiest cat. If I touch her at all or she jumps up onto the desk, there's a decent chance of a slight arc. The nature of her fur. But welcome, everyone. Welcome. I wonder if there's another one. Huh? Let's start with that. Keyboard's flaking out a little bit. We're going to try with this, and then we'll move on to a Boolean to cover the rest of it. Is what now? Welcome back, Nomable. What are you referring to, Yuki? Oh, there it goes. Hopefully that will wear down. Keyboard is a bit zapped at the... Keyboard is a bit zapped at the moment. 1 second. Let me see if I can get it to recover. Oh yeah, that's not great. What can I do about that? Molly passed by it and zapped it. And, you know, some keyboard manufacturers aren't great about making things durable to static shock. Let me see if there's something I can do. I'm going to be able to refresh this thing. It's definitely on the fritz. Well, this would be annoying if this kills the stream. Just restart some applications here. Yeah. Okay, let's see. What can I do about this? I think I know what's getting zapped and thus is misbehaving. Okay, we're gonna be right back. I'm gonna try to shuffle some things. Okay, well, hopefully that fixes it. There's a whole lot of things that are flaking out at the moment. Okay, we'll have to see if this ends up still working. It's working. There we go. So the problem that I think is going on is that the powered hub between the keyboard and the keyboard, mouse, and the computer is subject to electrical surge and flakes out if that happens, and that's a problem. Sadly, though, finding a good USB hub is a Saw level puzzle game. It is unfortunately one of those types of hardware that is prone to shoddy drop shipping, let's call it. Anyway. Okay, first attempt here. We'll just compile that and make sure. Okay, now we are going to go over here. We're going to start Godot, which I forgot to start. Run it from here, and I want to see. So what we're saying is this node already in the tree properly? Okay, that didn't change anything. Next, we're going to add a Boolean here. Or we're going to use a Boolean here. To, at the top of initialize here, we are going to say Okay, doesn't outright explode. Run over here. Check. And that's our problem. Okay, which means we can approach it from that extra layer of complication solution. Okay, so what we've got now is the idea of unresolved physics, let's call it. Oh, sorry. Okay, so we're not generating errors. This is good. We are not generating errors because this isn't being called until it has had a physics frame to exist. But this can cause some issues. But we're also not intending to use the physics body as the core collision logic. This is a movement failsafe to say, actually, no, that's not where you're supposed to be. So there is a second pass movement that happens. We need to get... This thing needs to have a physics tick. Ugh. But I don't want it to be in the same place. So we aren't updating position based on the entity. Like, this is not where we're updating physics. We need to have a timestamp event occur. So let's look at our collision manager here. And it's not in the game folder, it's in the services folder, and it is in the entity collision space manager. And that gets a... Is it getting handle message or are we getting an update? Oh, sadly, it's not getting any of them. It's a particular type of collider, and we need to... What I want to have happen is that collider has a pre-step. Okay, let's take a look at what we've got here. Okay, so should be in the entity. Yes. Where did I put that? Oh, that's in game. I still need to move some of like the entity manager and whatnot is not part of the game object. It is its own service. I just haven't moved it. Folder, descriptive folder structure. Okay, so we're going to go into our... Need our handle message. Okay, if we get a time passed message, this is where we're purging proposed movement. So when we let's go through the steps here. When we update the entity's position, we're going through all of the different movements that the entity is trying to take, and we are divvying up how it moves. So if there are 10 different things vying for telling the entity how to move, each of them gets 1/10 of the movement. Sorry, if there are 10 different movements that are applied, each of them gets 1/10 of the speed of the direction. Oh, I'm sorry, Yuki. You had asked a question. Is that inside of her in the chest? Are you referring to the core in my chest there? The little heart mechanism in there? If you're still present. Okay. So effectively, we're creating kind of a speed segment as we move along. And we are taking that, and again, we're divvying it up amongst the movement types. A movement type can alter the speed at the point that it passes through that movement type or that proposed movement. So right here we have, does it have a maximum speed that it is applying, that kind of thing. And again, we can change speed. I don't have logic for doing it. Okay, but here we update the entity's position. We affect proposed move. We use proposed movement here, which is what we are generating. And we can use that to get an indication of, during this frame, how did the entity move? We can look at proposed movement to get like its final direction. That proposed movement cannot be applied to the physics body yet. We need a different event. So we can daisy chain an event out of here. We are going to create one that is we're gonna call it resolve physics. Oh, where am I putting those? Should be up at the top somewhere. Here we go. And we need our event definitions. There we go. Public, delegate, void. Entity, resolve, physics. And we have then during time. Then when we handle a time passed message, before we zero out proposed movement, we are going to say resolve physics, if it exists, invoke with this. Okay. Then oh, dear, dear, dear. Minus equals. Let's get the plus equal. That'll get us the function in place. That, but we're going to say it is on resolve physics, which then we can take this down to the remove entity, put you there, and put a minus there so that we unsubscribe to that event. On resolve physics. That's where in our updated position, what we're going to do, and this will create a ripple effect. This will create a ripple effect, but that's okay because it will only reflect, it should only reflect back once. So we're saying, what is the difference between the positions here? and we try to move and slide to that. So then we say character body dot position entity dot okay, this is, we also need to expose update position. No, update entity position. Which isn't great. I don't like this being changed this way, but... So then in Collider, we are going to say this entity dot, and we're going to pass in character body dot position and entity dot height. Okay. Let's make sure we don't have any errors before I set out to fix that. Okay, the reason it's going so slowly, okay, and we still get this. We are still getting this. That's unfortunate. But this shouldn't be happening a subsequent time. Unresolved physics should only be raised when the entity gets a time passed message, and it's not going to get a time passed message until... Okay, no, it needs to be at the top of the loop. Okay. Okay. We don't want it to be a time passed message. It needs to be a different thing. Okay, we're gonna have resolve. We can make a resolve physics message. And that would have the delta that we would have applied during the entity movement, which is the fixed delta. We have the actual delta that we currently have. So a resolve physics message would be a wrapper for a time passed. It is not an extension of, because we don't want it to be treated the same way. It is a message that we're going to send early. We can just expose this and have it get a message, but that creates a parallel handle message. Okay. Messages. Extends game message. What's it do? Nothing but that currently. Message is solve physics message. Is, like I said, this is a bit of an over complication, but currently is just the entity, but okay, and then in Collider, that won't be correct. Which gives a resolve physics message, resolve physics. Going to do a quick build. What did I miss? Apparently nothing. Okay. Okay, so we need the velocity needs to be altered based on the difference in delta. Because I don't want the movement to just be multiplied by that delta. So right now, what I would end up doing, if I wanted to do it wrong, is I would multiply by I would divide by the fixed delta, which would put it back to raw velocity per second, or movement per second, and then move and slide will apply the actual delta, but that's not right. That will make it move much slower than it should be. So it needs to be multiplied by the, I think it should be like this. Let's go through all of the steps here. I think this is a better visual pattern, but we'll see. This is divided by resolve physics dot time passed dot delta TUs times these days, I I'm going to actually commit to going through and changing it so that everything, all of this is already afloat. But this is... These negate. I'm just dividing by actual delta. Let's try it. Yep. Okay. Let's look at it on the Godot side. Did I actually fix anything? Okay, well, the bodies aren't moving. It's kind of a false positive then. We're never sending a resolved physics message. Okay. Well, I mean, this is further confirmation that it is the movement that's doing it, but I need to send resolve physics before time passed. Okay. How we do? Oh, it's proposed movement. I don't... let's get that in there. It's not this. It's proposed movement. We have that there. Not... Still doesn't seem like it'll be right. Then we go to base entity manager. This should still be fine as long as I have... I don't want to iterate over them twice, but if this entity has just entered existence, this should be okay. So if they don't have proposed movement, I am not going to do this. 0. So if there is proposed movement. And then in the entity manager, we are going to not actually going to do that that way. That and then that. Still moving. Objects seem to be moving fine. Go back here, run this. The bodies still aren't moving, which is not what we want. We are getting that. That's strange. Yarn ball. No proposed movement at this time. Missed something. Time passed should be when it purges everything. Okay, this isn't when we need to do it. In the game state, when we are in our physics process, we do our fixed tick logic. Yeah. Okay. Time passed happens. This is when movement will go through. And it's when we reset a lot of stuff. But if I go to entity and we look at end step, we clear proposed movement. We're still in the same physics frame. It will always be 0 by the time this comes around. We need to send it at a different time. So we need to send it before time passed. Yes. And so it is not the entity manager that is sending resolve physics. This is fine. This is fine. This is fine because in the game, we have check collisions. So physics message with time past message equals to time past. Okay, top of the loop, we're going to call resolve physics on these objects. This will be before the entity is created at all in this step. The entity will be created down here. And then we'll clear out the results. So that's still wrong. Needs to be between these. Still needs to be between these. Conceptually, I would like it to be up there. But anyway, okay. Time will pass, and we will get our physics step. It's going to relay all of that stuff to the entities. They will get proposed movement. End step is when they actually do it. And then it... Oh... Their proposed movement can't be here. Their proposed movement has to be here. Well, that's not right. That's not right at all. I mean, looks kind of cool, but it's not what they're supposed to do. A look at what's happening on the Godot side, just in case I can show something. The bodies still aren't moving. Put that back. That wasn't our solution, so we want to keep it together here. That is the shadow of the yarn ball, which is clearly completely misbehaving in that process. This is in our handle game message. If it's time passed, we iterate like this, and that passes down. This gives us that proposed movement. And by the end step, this is when we actually move. So it needs to be after end step that we take our action. Okay, let's do that again. Look at... It still can't be. So end step is where we actually move. But the proposed movement can't actually go away until... Okay, that... Put you here. We put you here. And we put this back up. Game state, we're going to take that. And we're going to put it up here, right there. So this clears the proposed movement. This actually applies the movement that we got in time past. The bodies aren't moving either in this process. So let's put our breakpoint in the resolve physics again. Never happening. Because it's never being passed through the entity. It's not a time passed message, so it never gets to the entities. And we can't have... We have to have them at extra steps, so... Still isn't right. Because by the time that time past is done, there are going to be entities that will be removed at the top of the loop. I feel like there needs to be more steps in our process here. Resolve physics is a step, but we also need to deal with all of the entities that are being removed, and it's not time past. Time past is where we process what entities are doing over time, which is effectively just this step right here. There is also a start phase. So end step. That is a end step message. Do what you need to do at the end of the process. Each of you services will do this message, then this message, then this message. Some of these are not updated to handle that. And that's okay. We can do those separate. Because player state and inventory state, I can put like after that. Same with like camera. And the only thing that cares about the end step right now is the entity manager. And the only thing that will care about the start step is the entity manager right now. There is so much going on in this at the moment. Oh, here we go. We are going to just grab the contents of hey, we already made an end step message. Sweet. which I am already fully using. Isn't that great? Okay. Oh, dear, dear, dear. For all messages, the last step is give them to the entities. So we're going to be able to make this much more concise. Okay, so we are adding a start step message, and this will have a public time passed message, time passed message. So end step message is also the same thing as a start step message is pretty much the same thing as an end step message. But we're going to call it start step message. And they have the same rules. It's that they are a specific one so that we can control this. Okay. Okay, there's some redundancy here, but the time passed portion is still potentially relevant at all of these stages, but these are specifically a type of them so that I don't have to have like a type variable in time passed. So then in the entity manager, oh boy. All right. Do end step stuff. We have base entity manager. We need the actual entity manager so that we can get this changed. Okay, and then instead of calling end step, and in the same way, we're going to remove and in the base entity manager, when there is an end step message, we're going to call end step. Is an end step message called end step, then this call end step, where we iterate over that. In reality, what we do is this. We always do this. Because all end step message is doing is handing it to the entities. And it happens at the end of it. We are changing so much. This is going to cause so many problems. Oh, dear, 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 dear. I'm going to break so many things. This is what source control is for. The service gets it, so do the entities. So time passed doesn't do anything in this regard. Start step is where we are purging all of this stuff. If it's a start step message, we are going to clear everything out and we're going to pass it to the entities. If it's time passed, we just give it right to the entities. Okay. Okay. Past. We're going to leave these where they are for now. So this is effectively resolve physics, what we're doing here. So we do our start step. This purges everything that is not supposed to be there and adds everything that is supposed to be there. Resolve physics is only going to do anything if the entity has proposed movement. It won't have proposed movement here. The reason that we're doing it after the start step is we don't want to be calling it on anything that is about to be removed, but it's okay to call it on things that are about to be added. I could have sub-steps in this. I'm not gonna. For now, we'll see how long that lasts. Okay, so then in the entity, if we resolve physics, we are calling this and we're done. Proposed movement is done. If we're getting end step, that is when we update our position and our animation. How much did I break this time? Hypothetically working. Are the bodies moving now? The bodies are moving. They're just slightly behind in movement. Oh my god. Now, one, way too much happened there. That is a bad commit. Oh. But you know what? I have source control at all, so I'm going to count that as a win. All right. Every second, and ending at the second, we're going to make 800 dudes. It should be, this should work. This should work. But it doesn't. I'm going to have to adjust that. But for the time being, work. Okay, now we're going to look at it on the Godot side because they shouldn't move the way they're moving. Oh, okay. Well, temporary change. We're going to go into Collider where we set up the mask. And we're going to have or entity category. This will do things that I don't want it to do, but anyway. Big tick. So this costs us more. This is more expensive to do. The arm balls don't work this way. So I don't know if I like having them do this, but I feel like it is still necessary for the enemies to not stack on top of each other. As you can see, since the iron balls collide, like their bodies collide with the enemy, they slide around like that. And our visual bodies have gone missing. Why did that happen? I don't know right now. We set up the size. Let's get more of this to where it's supposed to be. We will need to check it in C# because let's run it over here first, because I do need to see it in its higher performance state. This is effectively get wrecked. You're done. If this happens, you will be taking piles of damage all at once here. I like the look. I don't like the frame rate. Okay, let's do a little bit of fiddling here. If I go into my startup resource and that I say, oof, we're already doing 30. Thought we were already doing more than that. So if I do 60F, that's clearly not right. Something is... Yeah, the physics body logic is wrong. There is more that we're going to need to do here. Oh, there was a bit of a zip there. Okay, so I like that it works to give us the visual that we've got, but I don't like the cost of it. The cost is too much. So if we remove this ore, which means they only glance off what they collide with. This still isn't what you want. Like the whole idea of what they collide with will need to change. So they're not going to be able to directly, like, they're going to slide off the player a little bit here. And now we're getting a pile of extra logic happening when the player is touching them. And there's... because they're kind of glancing off of the player, and I don't like that. That is not good. Ultimately, this is just for walls, but again, I really don't want entities to be right on top of each other. Even if it's just a little bit, it seems to be really expensive once they start piling together. There might be some, like, physics detail stuff we can mess with. But that's going to be for next time, folks. That's going to be for next time. I'll need to think on this a bit. Minimum what we're going to end up doing with that is that we're going to put markers on them and say, I collide with, like, walls. And then we're going to have to come up with behaviors that happen in the entity types when something in particular happens to them. So when a bullet hits a wall, what does it do? What results? So we're probably going to have things like wall collisions and similar things so that we can determine how we want that to work. This is a wall impact event. It is not a regular collision kind of stuff. Actually, I wonder if we're going to remove... Let's only have... Okay, we're going to remove these little bits here real quick. Let me put this back on. I just want to try one more thing. Giant surge. So I think what's happening... That's not correct. The fact that they're still bumping into stuff. That shouldn't happen. Anyway, if we go into our game, we have check collisions. There, we need our collision space manager, and we're going to look for check collisions. No, there's only a couple of collisions happening, which means it's entirely the physics body handling here. This jittering that's happening is entirely because of how that is being resolved. But it shouldn't be getting resolved that way right now. Like, we're not... Oh. That's everything collides with it at that point. So this is the entities can overlap. This is that they are looking for nothing. They are still... Okay, there's... Oh, no. No, that's not right. Oh, well. Okay, so the physics body logic will allow us to deal with things like walls. But it won't properly deal with the other entities without it being really expensive. Which we may still need another solution. The plus side is that the physics body thing is extra. I don't need to have it there. If we really need to, we can do ray tracing. For like pseudo navigation, we can throw it's usually like 3 to 5 rays out, and if they run into a wall or a particular thing and that is too far away or too close, then you can have it like slow the movement down or similar. So we would still have that in like a resolve physics step, but we'll have to see. I think that also needs to be where we actually update the entity position, because then we can actually say you don't apply the movement until we get past the physics step, because that will also save us a bit of like reflecting logic, as far as once they start bumping into each other, we start to update things like visual positions multiple times. Like twice per frame kind of stuff. Once during the initial movement and once during subsequent movement. And let me check here. Not doing anything there, but we are doing... Okay, but for realsies this time. Okay, we've made some progress on this front. For one, it let us experiment with using this as our wall collision logic. Having the entities do this, while we don't have to have it where the entities glide off of each other, if the blobs have to glide off of a wall, they are still gliding off of things, which means we're still going to have to deal with all of that extra stuff that's happening. We need a way to mitigate that if we're going to use this kind of pattern. We can still do they don't collide, but we try to come up with a way to detect if they would, and just use that for walls and other entities, but its problems will continue to have. So we'll have to work on that. With all that said, folks, I hope you had a good time watching with us tonight. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment. All of that good stuff helps the channel grow. If you'd like to consider financially supporting the channel, you can do so through platform-specific means like memberships and bits and the like, as well as through other avenues that you can find on my link tree that is in my Twitch bio and in my YouTube video descriptions. With all that said, though, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I will see you next time.